it's still a public meeting.
Yeah, you're catching on them.
Yeah, it took a few repetitions to get to the stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, good to go.
Hi, Miriam, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good. We're all here except for Denise at this point.
Okay.
We'll shoot her a text. Or see if she wants.
Yeah, I can do that.
If she's just feeling south, we can tap her toe.
Okay.
Talk about,
I'll wait for a second.
talk about traveling. Talk about Tasmania. What do they eat in Tasmania?
Mostly the same. I mean, what they eat is pretty similar to what we eat. There's fish and chips, lots of fish and chips. And there are, lots of port cities and stuff, and so, lots of fish and seafood and stuff. Banana bread's a big thing in New Zealand and Australia, interesting. So I had that several times. Coffee. They also there's a big coffee culture over there too. Like they make some pretty darn good coffee, so.
Is the banana bread like our banana bread or is it different?
It's pretty similar. It's pretty tasty. I enjoyed it.
Serious about what is it? Figured that.
Yeah, it was definitely a bucket list sort of a trip, although if we can swing going there again, I would, because there's just some really, really pretty places. Beautiful cities. Melbourne and Sydney are just stunningly beautiful cities and yeah, really cool stuff.
There's a restaurant in Sydney that I want to go to. I think I just saw it.
Okay.
Fire Door. I forget the fellow's name, but they cook exclusively on open fire.
Oh, that's cool.
Everything is open fire. Just in a wood fired oven.
That's cool.
That's fun.
But they're working with, chunks of wood on fire. That's how they do things.
Usually have dinners.
What was that?
Usually your dinner's on fire.
We ate at a restaurant a little ways from the Opera House and watched two separate seagulls steal food off people's plates.
Yeah.
So there's crime.
Yes,
There's
there's murder crime, Indian crime.
Indian crime, that's great.
And then they have these
And you said you saw Denise. Well,
I saw a car pull in. I didn't see if it was her.
Yeah, she. didn't text
Someone's
back.
coming in.
Yep. They have white ibises, which look kind of cool, and it's like, we don't have ibises here, but they call them bin chickens. Because they like to get into the garbage.
In chicken.
Bin chicken.
That's funny.
Do they have flat footed on their wings or are they all? Sorry for my nerd. That's a good question. I just have to go back. Sorry for being a little late.
Well, it's okay. We just decided if we were close, we would just wait.
I'll show you later. Are we live?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, I'll call to order this April 4th, 2026 special work session meeting of the Lynn Benton Lincoln Education Service District Board of Directors. And since I am a nerd, I will say may the 4th be with you. Does anyone else, are we gonna have the chance to say that? Let's start with introductions. Actually, Miriam, you wanna go ahead and lead off, and then after that, let's start with Tim and then just work our way around the table.
Yeah, Miriam Cummins, Shihareya, Board Director for Zone 6.
Tim Jones, Executive IT Officer.
Denise Hughes Tappen.
Just as a heads up, it's very light. If someone was talking, I did not hear it. It was so light.
I was trying to remember what zone I am, but Denise Hughes Tappen, Board Director of Zone 4.
Who were the
Okay.
first people that introduced themselves? I'm sorry, I I know there were a few people before you, Denise. I didn't hear at all, which means our audience, our stakeholders did not hear who was present.
It was me, Tim, Executive IT Officer.
Did you hear? Was that better?
It's very light. It's very light.
Do we have those things we use sometimes to,
So we just, can you hear me okay, Miriam, if I speak like that?
Yes, I can hear you, Jason, and I heard Denise. Tim and who else went after him, I did not hear.
and then I've noticed, I mean, most of us won't be looking down, but looking direct, like facing
Yeah.
I've noticed when I've been online.
Yep, just project, so.
Bill Hayes, Zone 1. Michael Thompson, Director, Zone 3.
Jason Hayes, Superintendent.
Amy Vetter, Board Director, Zone 5, she, her.
Lori Greenfield, Board Director, Zone 2.
Eddie Symington, Board of Directors, Zone 7.
Lisa Shane, Executive Assistant, Board Secretary.
And Vince Adams, he, him, his, Board Development Specialist with the Oregon School Boards Association, and also resident of the district. So it's nice to be on my home turf.
In home.
At home.
Fantastic. All right, let's rise to the flag of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Vince, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me back. I want to thank board members for meeting with me over the past few weeks. We met, just over a month ago, and at the conclusion of that time, we started talking about what meetings could look like for you. We started talking about work sessions and how to restructure some of the board's work to have more expansive conversations and to go deeper with district staff so that the board can learn more to make better decisions. Part of that conversation was really about your operations and how your meeting operations. And one of the big things that popped up was we really need meeting norms just to really level set the group so that we have clear expectations. So based on that, I formulated some questions and did interviews with most of you, took that and synthesized that and bringing that back. And we're going to start working towards those norms and working agreements tonight. I don't know, I did a lot of planning around this, took a couple passes of looking at what this evening could look like. I just wasn't really sure exactly where the board would go. So you will be leading your own direction, but I do have a plan. I'm not just gonna leave you rudderless. Have a great conversation. That would be cruel. No, we are gonna do.
There's a little bit of a lag time with the slide, yeah.
This is why I use PowerPoint. I use PowerPoint as an outline. Because otherwise I would forget all the things that I want to say. Then this is just to link us back to our connection to children. That how we show up in the boardroom affects staff and affects how they deliver in districts all over our region. And affects kids. So there is the education science. We know this empirically now that we impact kids. So this is not a waste of the board's time. This may be a bit of an open-ended conversation. But I don't want you to think for a second that you're wasting your time, okay? This work matters. Okay, the next one. What are we doing? Okay. So the content that you shared with me, I'm really separating it into two different areas, needs and interests. And we'll talk more about that here in just a little bit. And then what I want to do is develop governance design criteria, basically parameters to help me think about your expectations for how your meetings will look like. There's nothing worse than a school or a district or board trying to wordsmith in a public meeting. It's really hard, very inefficient. So I need parameters from you on what you need and what you expect. And then I will craft language and bring it back to you. And so then you can say, oh, Vince got it, or Vince, you weren't quite right here, we need to tweak this, and we can make, work appropriately. I also want to take some time, you have some governance documents already that the superintendent shared with me. And I want to review those and take a look at those. To get your reactions, it's where they're strong, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. If you have something that's working for you, let's keep using that. If it's not working, what needs to be adjusted and what's missing? We think we're missing some things because not everybody's able to show up full, okay? If we can get all three of these things done, we're winning. Even if we don't, that's okay. Because we the most important thing here, I think the most important goal for tonight is that everybody is able to fully participate and be heard. That's what's most important here. We need to start exercising what the board expects. So I've had conversations with most everybody here. So you know what the substance of our conversations were. So let's start fulfilling what we're talking about as we're going through this. Be good? Awesome. This is the declaration slide. What am I doing here? What am I going to do and what am I not gonna do? So I definitely will be giving you governance support, governance informational support and facilitation. So both from a process standpoint, and then of course, legal stuff as much as I know it. So you can look at me in two respects, one for facilitation, the other is for technical advice. Okay. I definitely will be aiming at this, ensuring space for participation. I want to hear from everybody in the room. Or Miriam, you're online, I'll expect to hear from you too. I will synthesize input, I've already done that. And then I want to definitely see my easel is up and I am ready to capture parameters. I've already given you post-its. Miriam, you're just gonna have to tell us verbally your input at each stage, but we'll go ahead and capture it here. What I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna investigate or adjudicate anything that's happened in the past. There's been bumps, every board has them. That's not what we're here for. This is a prospective session. We're thinking about the future, where this board is going. I'm not a mediator, and in fact, I'm explicitly prohibited from doing one-on-one mediation. It's not what I do. I can only work with whole boards. Yeah, and I'm not going to force interpersonal reconciliation as a prerequisite for effective governance. Look, we don't have to be friends, but we do have to be able to work together. We do have to all be able to share our perspectives so that the governing body can make good decisions. Okay, so I'm not going to enforce anything about that.
Do you mind going over the I wills? Cause I can.
I wills. That is a little small, isn't it?
Yeah.
Governance centered facilitation. So I'm going to facilitate around governance and governance processes. Yeah, I'm not a therapist. Although sometimes my work pulls me in that direction, but that's not what we're doing tonight. I want to definitely ensure space for participation.
Yeah.
So I want to ensure space for participation. So that's really my biggest goal tonight, is to make sure that I'm able to hear from any of you. This is a good time for me to pause and say, if you don't feel like you're being heard, let me know. If I say something that's offensive, stop me, and let's process that. It's okay, I'm fine with that. You know, I'm always trying to do better. So I'm completely vulnerable and in the space with you. Okay. I did the synthesis and capture parameters for agreements. This is what I get to take home. That's my goal. So I definitely want to leave with home. Did that cover everything? Great. Any questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to check in with Miriam because your voice modulates significantly and I'm curious whether she can.
Thank you. Miriam, are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's not as loud as I would want it, and I have my whole speakers blast full. I feel like we need to have a better system in place.
I'm gonna move closer.
I think the biggest thing probably is when you're speaking and turning towards.
Yeah, probably.
Versus this way, yeah.
I will try to keep turned towards you and I'll sit closer to the microphone. Is this okay?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thanks. Okay, working agreements. So these are working agreements just for tonight, okay? So first one is listen to understand. This is one that we use at OSBA all the time. So I need everybody to be present and listening and engaged and open to other people's input. I need you to contribute in good faith. I mean, we are not coming here for agendas. We're coming here to get the best possible work we can out of the board. Because that's what's going to serve our kiddos, right? We got a whole region, we got a 3-county region of kids that we're trying to serve tonight. We want to speak to impact and avoid motive attribution. We may have some tough conversations tonight. That's okay. We're here for that. But yeah, we want to definitely speak to how that lands for us, not necessarily to what we think the intent was. Okay. Yeah, definitely no personal attacks or, critique the idea or decision. This one is really for me. Equal airtime. So ensuring equal airtime. No one gets to dominate, including me. And then I reserve the right to interrupt at any time if I feel like we're having trouble communicating or we're getting reactive or escalating. We're going to take a pause. We may take a break. We may redirect. I don't know exactly what that looks like. Can we function under these rules just for tonight? This isn't necessarily what you will adopt for your norms. These are really so that we can work together and get this work done. Feeling good? Miriam, are you doing good?
Yeah, I have to step out for a little bit and feed my kids. I'll be right back, but I'll be listening.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Then let's dive into it. So, I broke this up into 2 chunks, and that is by design. This comes out of the mediation practice that whenever there's conflict, the things at hand really fall into 2 buckets. One of them are needs, which are really connected to the human aspects of the conflict, and interests, which are the substantive things. So, one of the ones that pops up as a need is just to be heard whenever we're in conflict, okay? So, and then interest can be a variety of things. In traditional mediation, like landlord tenant or something like that, I need you to pay your rent on time, something like that. Here, it's going to be more like I need space in the meeting to be present, or maybe I need more time to process. This is complex stuff. I need some more time with this, or I need to process in a different way. That's more about, the machinations of the meeting, not so much me as a person. And to be able to show up authentically, that would be a human being. Okay? Does that make sense? Cool. I should have put a remote on this. Yeah.
Vince, if it's helpful, just for you and I could even like switch spots, like if you wanted to sit here so that you could look at the screen and be able to just talk with everybody that's here, and then you're directly talking to the speaker as well. I don't know if sitting down is something that's okay with you or not.
It is, but I'm a nervous presenter.
Okay,
I like to bounce around the room.
that's all good. Yeah.
So these are.
I had a clicker for you. You beat me to it.
Yeah, I did. I get on there, so I don't have to jump up and hit the space bar every time. So one of the things that came up in our interviews is a pretty broad consensus that people wanted the space to be safe. to be able to be safe to show up and be heard. And that doesn't mean that's more about I can speak authentically and speak my truth. And I'm going to be okay with that. It doesn't mean, oh, that's uncomfortable. We're not going to talk about this anymore. That doesn't make things safe. It means one of the things that came up, it may be on the next slide, that they want the facilitator or the chair to have the authority to interrupt and allow the board to process when things pop up, because they do. And that's fine. So that's, the next one is, well, I want to pause there. And does that resonate with anybody? I know it resonates with a couple of people, but how thoughts in the room around psychological safety?
I can see where it goes both ways, right? I want someone to feel safe to say, I'm not comfortable with, or that bothered me because, but I also want the person who may have done it to feel safe in expressing why they may have said something or not, or so I can see both sides, and that's gonna be important, I think. To feel safe enough to be called out, because like you started today, I always want to say, like, I am always learning, and I want to be vulnerable, and I want people to tell me if I have overstepped or said something. I just want everyone to feel safe enough in this space that they can be told, you just, and be able to take that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that. And thoughts?
Great.
Yeah, I think about all the trust building that needs to happen.
Mhm.
And I think about some of the equity pieces around that as well, right? Because some of us have more space, if you will, have always occupied space than others.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I really want to emphasize that tonight is a beginning. This is not going to get cooked and be done this evening.
Can I ask what you meant by indoor space?
If we look at gender roles, for example, that would be a good example, right? Where, and of course, overgeneralization here, but generally speaking, men have often felt more empowered, right? To speak, not so much for women, right? And so and again, let me speak for myself. I don't want to speak for everybody in the room, but as a woman, if I'm trying to express something and I feel as though I'm being shut down, it might feel different from, someone else who identifies as male, right? Being told the same thing, so I think we need to understand that as well. I think that's kind of some of the nuances maybe of just human interaction too, right? And working together as a team.
Thanks for
And I would go further and say that in some ways, I feel empowered in this space because I'm a career educator. And and I'm familiar with the ESD, so I feel more comfortable sharing even my points of confusion or ignorance, and so that's another piece. And then you have an accent, you have a skin color, that's not the dominant white one. So, there's all that stuff.
Yeah, and understand that dominance piece.
Can I say something? I've been raising my hand.
Please jump in there.
I don't know if
Mary.
you guys can see me raising my hand. What method would work best? I guess if I have something to say, do I just speak or do I raise my hand? What procedure should we have so this way I feel included in the conversation, so I can have my say as well? What process, since we are talking about clarity and belonging and accessibility and inclusion, in this way, let's practice and say what we need. So what method would work best for you to acknowledge that I have my hand raised or for me to have input?
So there's one thing that I've already done is I changed where I am in the room so I could see the screen, because I had my back to the screen, so I couldn't see you. And then I'm gonna ask everybody in the room, help me watch Miriam's thumbnail image, and if she waves her hand trying to get our attention, please help me and interrupt.
Yeah, I think, raising your actual hand, Miriam, the little hand that, the icon, because of the coloring in your screen was really hard to see.
Agreed.
So I think, yeah, raising your actual hand will help.
And then Miriam, the last thing that I'm gonna say is that you are welcome to do what you just did, which is interrupt me.
Okay, so to going back to what was mentioned earlier about participation and feeling included, I think we have a lot of accessibility things we need to address and to be able to honor and maybe improve as an agency. One is, when we do have these meetings where someone needs to be virtual, and there's other folks in the building, feeling inclusive in that part for when it comes to audio, listening, like being able to hear. I think we do need to have a better system in place. And I'm just speaking because I'm not the only one that has gone virtually. But if this is something that we need to work on and improve, I do want to have a better system in place so that way we can eliminate the level of accessibility, for folks to be able to hear what we have to say, because our recordings are available to the public, and we would be doing an injustice by not being able to have that level of accessibility for them to be able to hear us. So that's one. The other part is what Denise was saying about not only gender roles, but also people of color. In these spaces, it has been hard, and I can tell you as a woman of color, where I feel like I have to speak my truth to be louder in order to be heard. I am a disruptor. That is who I am. And so for me to be able to feel included, I bring a different experience. My experience is different from those in the room, as everybody's experience is different from those in the room. I bring a lens. I bring not only that, but an aspect of voice that is very much needed in these tables. Because if we look at our past, if we look at who are in these spaces, we don't have a lot of young people in our meetings. We don't have a lot of people of color in our meetings. We don't have a lot of single parents in our meetings. And so I think that in order to create that level of accessibility and inclusion, we need to address that everybody has a different experience, has some input to bring in. And for us to be included and respecting each other's experience. If we're talking about respect, yes, it's important, but everybody here in this room brings a different experience that needs to be honored and to be respected. And I think that is something that we need to fully understand, that depending on everybody's situation, yes, you can voice your concerns if something is raised up. But when we're talking about someone's individual experience, that's different. And so that's really what I wanted to bring up when we're talking about feeling heard and feeling advocated, in that aspect. And I don't know if I'm making sense. I can clarify if I'm not.
I see nodding heads in the room. I think everybody gets it and agrees. Anything else about psychological safety? We'll talk more about equity here in a second.
I see psychological safety less about avoiding uncomfortable conversations, because we have to have uncomfortable conversations sometimes, but more about how we approach those conversations with respect and treating each other with dignity.
For sure.
I would emphasize, from my experience in many different small group meetings or official board meetings, the concept of showing up with authenticity and your true self, super important. I've found that to be not the case, and I haven't felt it here, to be honest. I'm not saying that, but I just, frankly, I've been involved in much more than I would say dysfunctional boards, and so we all bring our experiences, and my couple of years here, I just haven't seen that, so it's been mostly positive. That being true to yourself is so important, being true to your fellow board members.
And one other thing that I think brings psychological safety for me is that our meetings have a system and an order and that they're run smoothly. And that I know what we're doing here. It's not this wild. I feel like I come to a meeting, we're gonna do some work, we're going to have discussion, it's going to be facilitated, and the agenda is clear. So that brings me psychological safety.
Should write that on a post-it. I got a feeling that's gonna end up on the board someday.
Did you catch that?
Yeah. Because that was brilliant.
I'd like to build on there.
Yeah.
Thank you, because, and based on kind of the experience with level up training, that we were at that earlier today for an hour at noon, Lori, Lisa and I, but we're supposed to do this bingo thing about how we experience the board. And I did that the month before, and it's kind of boring because to me, it runs very congenially and smoothly. So instead, for my homework, I watched one of our other board meetings from one of our districts. And in a very subtle way, I felt like that the thing I appreciate that I saw that happens here is that Amy, you and Jason do a lot of preparation with Lisa to make that agenda very efficient. And because of its efficiency, we're able to engage each other better. And what I was watching with this other board was people stuck on their tablets and they were not engaging with each other. They're being polite, but they're playing catch up on details that I see being solved in our setting much more efficiently. And that preparation shows by contrast. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. Anything else on psychological safety? So the next thing that kind of bubbled up, and I attribute this partially to the age of the board, but also just the nature of board work in general, is role clarity. Understanding what's the role of the board in any given situation, on a given agenda item, or if where you're headed is to these work sessions where you're going to be going much deeper. What is the role of the board in that space? How should we navigate that? What's the role of the board in navigating maybe tough conversations around equity? So part of it, I think, is just people that are new to board work. And then I think part of it is there's just some ambiguity out there. Nobody really knows how to be on a governing board. That's why I have a job. So we can build some of that into your operating agreements, clarify some areas where there is ambiguity if need be. That is one of the purposes of operating agreements, is to identify those areas of growth, things that we want to work on. They're also a document for capturing what's good about what's going on. There's a lot of really good stuff about this board. You just heard Bill talk at length, so we want to capture that as well. Because let's be frank here, boards come and go, superintendents come and go. The cast of characters in this room will change. You want to capture the good of this board and, transmit it into the future, to the future iterations of this board. Equity that is skillfully held. This came up quite a few times. Definitely want to be able to understand the language. I think Miriam spoke very earnestly about the need for this. And I think in general, in the United States, we just need a lot more of this. It's not about this board. It's not about the community that we're in or even our state. It's a problem with the United States in general, that we just are not good at having these conversations. And white folks being, and I'm going to say this as a person in the dominant culture, we have to grow the skill set so that we can be open to the change that needs to happen. Because racism isn't a person of color problem. It's a white person problem and that we need to address. We have the power in society to make that change. Okay. So I think that there's an opportunity here. I'm not an equity trainer. I've done a bit of equity training, but I don't facilitate that. I would urge the team to start pushing into that as part of your professional development and go deep, as deep as you're willing to go. Takes time, takes a lot of time. I'm guessing that your staff are probably already pushing into this and maybe walking with them a little bit, doing the same type of training that they're doing. Might be really useful. So that's something that we can talk about later in more depth as we start building out, you know, how is the board going to engage in this work and go deep? Any thoughts on that? Miriam, I'm turning to you first. Thoughts?
Are we asking the question about what I guess what's the question?
I mean, I was just, it was a theme that came up
Mhm.
and for multiple board members that the board learned to be able to discuss issues around well, it says equity, but that, you know, that there's intersectionality that could be race, gender identity, all the different intersections of social justice.
Mhm.
So I just shared the information with the board. I'm just curious, are there thoughts? And I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure I was leaving behind.
I just want to make sure I understood what was being asked. I think again, I'm speaking on my own personal opinion and personal experience is when I think about equity, I think about each person brings in as a perspective, a lens of their lived experience. And I mentioned this earlier, how we all have different lenses that we bring to this table and how crucial and important they are. I think the part that sometimes gets lacked or not acknowledged in boards is when somebody else's opinion on of that person gets questioned or and in a way that it's disvaluing their experience. That's when we have a concern and a problem when it comes to one, respect, and two, equity, because we all do bring in something to the table that is different, and it's ultimately we're here for our community. And so I think when it comes to the aspect of equity for us is understanding that we as a board need to first acknowledge the voices that are not at the table and ask ourselves why. Why are they not at the table? What can we do as a board to make sure those voices are there? Because one, I don't want to be tokenized. I don't represent a whole community, to be honest. I represent and I can bring a lens. But the part that I feel sometimes I have seen in other situations and other places is being a person of color doesn't mean I represent a whole community. Um, or being a woman that I represent that community. We all have different roles and in different ways. And so in order to bring that social justice piece is we need to ask questions when we need to respect when other people's experience are brought up. Because ultimately we have students who identify or that are in our district, in our communities, who are not being represented in a way where they can feel heard. And so that's where I want to first ask questions when it comes to equity is we have that equity lens. And so what else on our equity lens are do we need to add? How can we evolve it? How can we update it to reflect and ensure that we as a board are doing justice and representation to our students who might not feel like they're being advocated for?
It's very other thoughts.
I'm curious about, yes, like what Miriam expressed, so equity as a board, but also how does like our discussions around equity and all of that, how does that line up with like staff understandings of equity? You know, I guess I'm really curious about how we are connected as an organization around equity in practice versus like just our theoretical expressions of what it should look like.
Yeah, you're really talking about two different things. One is what does equitable governance look like in a boardroom? Versus a board functioning as part of I said this earlier, integrated system. I said this in our midday meeting, that a board is actually part of an integrated system, that is the ESD. And so how is the board supporting and part of the equity work board organization?
Yeah.
So that's really two things. And I mean, I'm glancing at the superintendent because it's really a conversation between the board and the superintendent. And having your staff come in and talk about the work that they're doing. So I think that would be a learning for.
Absolutely. I think, and Denise and I have had an offline conversation about this a little bit, that this is something where I think we have a gap where we can actually improve, because we've had a long-standing equity and diversity committee that's been a staff committee. The board has done some work, but there hasn't been as much of a connection, and that conduit is typically the superintendent is me, but the question that is being wrestled with that I want to spend some time talking with all of you about in the coming months is how can we create maybe a superintendent work group that has more of a connection to the staff group, so that, like you say, Vince, there's that system that, you know, is both kind of vertical and horizontal in terms of the conversations that are happening. I know that our staff would like to have a connection to the board, and I think the board would like that connection with the staff. That's figuring out that balance. I think it's something for us to work on.
Well, I guess I'm curious, since I'm new in this year, when I first came on, you were just getting this launch with the cultural compass, Miriam, and it feel to me that I feel like this is everything what we're talking about.
It is, yeah, and so that is one thing that, you know, like when you look at what energy you put into certain things, that we had a direction for quite some time that was very direct around equity learning. And there was a lot of, and this is mostly with the staff, I will say, and a lot of this is the work that my predecessor was doing, but how can we have our leadership team learn and understand the concepts that we need to understand better, understand implicit bias and various aspects of us growing, like Vince, you talked about, that we need to grow. And then it kind of stayed in the theoretical in a way, because it takes time with that. And I don't think Tanya ever got to the point where she wanted it to get to. And then I picked the ball up at that point. And one of the areas that the staff talked about is how do we make things more concrete? And we actually took a pause from some of the more theoretical learning to have the conversations that happened in creating the compass. So that there could be something that was more concrete for staff to be able to see and feel and think about how we interact with each other. And so the cultural compass absolutely was a product of that work that's happened in the last, oh gosh, I'm looking at Lisa, and like almost 2 years at this point. Yeah, it'll be 2 years here, another month or so.
And so learning how that cultural compass is used in daily work, or whether it is in department meetings, I'm wondering if we could have a board presentation about just some things that maybe the equity committee would like to share, or the people who worked on that.
Absolutely.
Just to give us like, that wouldn't replace it, but it would give us some information to then move forward with.
Absolutely. I think it would be great to have, probably the format that I would suggest to the board would be to have another sort of work session format like we're having now, where it can be a lot more dialogue than other than a regular board meeting, where we can talk about the development of that, how it's being used, where we're at with it. Because we are in a phase of implementing many aspects of it, and it's already really infused in a lot of areas of our staff culture, and still continuing that work as well. Yeah. And certainly the figuring out the balance points. So like some of what I've been thinking about, because of questions that Denise has asked of me around, equity, is how do we create, so we're talking about a psychologically safe environment for the board. How do I facilitate safe discussions around equity for our staff members that honestly feel a lot less safe to them if it's in a public meeting? And so that's partly where I've been a little protective of my staff, honestly, by keeping it as a staff committee, or I would recommend keeping it as a superintendent work group, because as soon as it becomes a board committee and now it's, public notice and everything else, it definitely creates less safety for staff members to speak their truth in that way. And I know that a lot of school districts have struggled with that when the law came out about, every district had to have an equity committee, and it was all through a public lens. And there's been legislation that's adjusted that a little bit, but there's a challenge there. How do we create a system that allows for us to dialogue between the levels without sort of blowing it all open and having it be public?
And I would stretch that a little bit in that, and I don't know, maybe this is something that might come later, but I know that there have been discussions around like the organizational DNA type.
That's actually what that
Is that?
Yeah, that's
okay,
that.
so
Yeah, so the organizational DNA was what Galen Emanuel, the consultant that we worked with on this project, the cultural compass is what we named it. So the cultural compass is LBL's name for the organizational DNA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're one and the same.
Okay, yeah, because I've really been curious about, as board members, because when you think about like the organizational culture, it's like the whole organization. So just wondering about, especially for those pieces, what's the work of the board in terms of that?
Absolutely.
Well, that was a nugget. We'll pick that one. And I captured that. I've been writing Post-its when people say profound things, trying to capture them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've looked at the cultural compass. Having been in a few organizations that have done equity work, you could totally organize that work within that.
It's definitely the staff group that was very representative of our organization, a very diverse staff group that put that together. That's exactly what the thought was, is that equity is built into that in terms of like what's been discussed so far here, in terms of respecting each other, respecting the space that each other is in, the lived experience that people, come with it. And so, yeah, it was very much developed through that lens. Yeah.
Great.
In no way was it top down. I think that's the other thing that I think was really powerful, right? It was developed by the staff with staff input, and sure, like our executive team looked at it, and we had a little bit of wordsmithing that happened here and there, but I would say the wordsmithing amounted to far less. I'll look at Tim here, for probably way less than 5% of that document was touched by the executive team.
Wonderful. And we've already talked about this last bullet, full participation and inclusion. Especially people with quieter voices or may not show up as loud. I'm always the first person to speak. I love flirting in conversations. I know I dominate conversations. Not everybody's like me. And so it's important that everybody, Michael, I think you said this, you know, having people be able to show up authentically. And just be your true self. Maybe you're not going to say much, but it's important that you have that opportunity to be present. That was pretty universally held among board members. Okay, so these are neat. These are really human dimensions. So let's talk about more technical stuff. Next is those interests. Who said it that you want? Oh, it was Lori. This is, I mean, this bullet speaks to exactly what you were talking about a little bit earlier, that people want agenda and process clarity. How do things get on the agenda? How does that work? How do we make those choices? And then how do we structure those conversations? And do you have standing committees?
So we do superintendent work groups. And so there's 3 people on a work group for a variety of different things.
Okay. Yeah. So what does that look like? How do those work? All that piece. So just having process clarity. Next one is meeting structure for hard conversations. Fortunately, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have some frameworks for that. It sounds like your cultural compass might be real helpful for that as an overlay. But how to have, and just have work sessions that may not be necessarily hard, but are very detailed, and very deep. How do we do that work? This third one was one that came up a few times. An empowered chair who can intervene when there's breaches of order. And when I say breach of order, it sounds, now that I'm reading it out loud, it sounds really, oh my goodness, what's a breach of order? It's like, whoa. But that could be really anything. I'm reminded of a time on the Corvallis board that we had a member use a really harmful idiom. English language is full of idioms. And it was something that just did not land well with one of our members. And we were able to pause on the dime, unpack that, took about 4 minutes, and then move on. And it gave us all an opportunity to grow and be better. And so, I mean, that's just an example, but the ability for the chair to recognize that, and not just the chair to be empowered, but the whole board. Someone to say, oh, point of order, time out. Or you could say, time out. Let's stop here. Let's talk about this a little more deeply. And have that be built into your culture. It just becomes the way the LBL board does it. Which should be really cool to see. Very skilled. And you can get there. The last thing that popped up as a theme was officer succession and governance design. My understanding is right now you have a rotation methodology. So that you just rotate officers. It's pretty common in the nonprofit world where you have an incoming chair, a chair, and an outgoing chair. The incoming chair is the vice chair, chair, and then past chair. So they have 3 officers and a secretary, treasurer. Do you have a secretary? Did I see that somewhere? You have a professional secretary.
Yeah, that's vice chair.
So, and you don't have a former chair, you just have.
We have a chair. Formal chair.
Oh, no, I'm talking about formal chair.
Oh, as a
past chair.
Yeah, we do not have, we haven't had that in the past, at least not in the time that I've noticed.
So just 2 board officers. Okay, and then it's just a succession of, it's a regular succession on the list and you just rotate it around. So, okay, so this came up as not, didn't work for some folks. It just didn't make sense. It didn't seem intentional. This is one of them. So it's something that I would suggest that the board take a look at. I came prepared. I have a little worksheet to help us think about different models for that. If we want to get to that. But just a suggestion to take a look at that.
And I just have kind of an awareness, like coming onto the board last July, you know, it's drinking from the fire hose metaphor, and the first thing we did was all of a sudden my name is getting down for my turn as chair, and I forgot if we had to do rock, paper, scissors for that. And I was like, okay, great, I'm not coming up anytime soon. But looking at the stuff we're looking at and leveling up is, you've always been the chair because you do such a great job.
Yeah.
And if I may done, I mean, you've been only doing this a year, right?
Yes, thank you, I appreciate that.
I mean, seriously,
Right.
and so then I think, wow, by the time you get to the end of this year, either you're gonna be like, get me out of here, or, hey, I finally have a really good feel for this. I don't know, I guess I'd like to hear from you, from your personal experience as the current chair.
I think it definitely takes some time to learn how to do it well, or, yeah, and I don't know, it's been a little bit of a crazy year. A lot of learning on my feet, but yeah, I feel like I've gotten more comfortable with it as I've gone on throughout the year.
I guess I'd like to know, in your preparation for our meetings, how much extra time that involves for you, meeting with Jason or other folk.
It's not like, so I will be honest. This, Jason, Lisa, they do most of the work. So the chair and the vice chair, we do participate in a preparation meeting. But a lot of the content, like the draft agenda and everything is put together by the staff. So like, I'm not gonna take credit for stuff that I'm not doing. We do, give input on like if we think anything is missing from the agenda, if anything needs to be added, if we have input on anything that's on there, that needs to be changed, or and we're just talking through basically what's gonna go on in the meeting, anything new or different that's gonna happen. So I would say that the staff does the, you know, the lion's share of the work there, and then the board officers, we do spend an hour once a month on that.
So you and Mary.
Yes, Miriam and I.
Okay.
Have you done this before? Oh, this is your first time?
Yes, I was vice chair with Jean Wooten, who was the chair last year. So that was my first time being vice chair. This is my first time being chair.
Yeah, I just remember that when we were sworn in and we did that, and I just thought, okay, I'm not until the very last year.
There's an important reason for having that conversation when we have new members join, but it's kind of like, oh my gosh, wait,
Yes.
what? What?
So I guess
And-
my understanding is is that something that we need to discuss of the process of why we chose to go that route of having that be a, you know, a who goes next to be the chair? I mean, is that something that we're discussing?
It came up in multiple interviews, the arrangement on who was going to be board officers. And so that's why I put it on the list here. It's up to the board on whether you discuss it or not.
Well, I think for being the most senior, I think in the board, I think I'm the one that's been here the longest on this board. I can say that when I first started, that's been the process. And yes, not everything is, you know, the best, but I do think this method that we have, this option, does help so that everybody who is in the board can get an opportunity and chance to chair. Because my experience in other boards that I've been part of and what I have seen in other school boards is there is always that one person that is the chair. There's always that one voice that gets to be the chair and make those decisions. And this actually creates a rotation for a different voice to be at the table in the leadership position, because then that gives us a glimpse of what that would look like. Because like I said, everybody has a different experience experience and a different type of leadership. And again, in my personal opinion, I do like this method because I can tell you that if it wasn't for this method that we have, this arrangement, I probably wouldn't have been chair. I don't know if it had led to a vote on people on who to choose to be on the chair. There's a possibility that some of us would have not been able to be selected for chair, even though it might have been something that we wanted to do. But this creates that opportunity, and we're talking about equity, right? So how can we create an equitable system and a system that is not intended or made for us? And for us, I'm talking for some marginalized communities and unrepresented communities because they are mostly forgotten at that table. And so I think I do see, yes, there are, not everything's a perfect system, but at least in this system that we have, we do at least have the preparation for the chair and the vice chair to be in those leadership positions to then be able to lead a meeting in a way where they somewhat feel prepared to be able to go forward and throughout the process learn even further. So if there were questions regarding the process, that's one of the reasons why we did decide to go this route instead of going by vote and having some people just continuing to be chair and just chairing those meetings.
Miriam, so were you part of the conversation so was there an actual work group, or how did y'all go about choosing this method, I guess? What precipitated?
This method was already in place when I came in 2019. This has
So-
always been the case. And that was the discussion we always had almost every year. Do we continue having this method? Do we continue having this arrangement? And everybody on the board was in agreement that yes, because this creates an opportunity for someone else to be in this leadership position and gain those skills and try to navigate and create this new level of leadership for all of us. So that way we can have all voices, at least different voices at the table.
Okay, so now I understand. So it's been an annual discussion for the last 6 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we do bring it up every time we vote or we're getting close to like, what do we pass this? Is there discussion? Should we continue? There is discussion around it. And so it has been during that time when we do have to make the motion for that, then yes, that is where it usually gets brought up. And if there is a need for further discussion, then sometimes it gets brought up into work sessions like our board retreat. I know at one point we had one discussion at our board retreat one year. So, but the consensus was to continue doing this process. Okay, so am I hearing from you, Miriam, that you're asking whether this is a topic we're going to talk about tonight? And because if so, I would like clarity on that too. That's why I was wondering, because I mean, I just explained the process, what it has been for the past 6 years that I've been on the board, 6 years. So if that is something that we need to discuss to change, or I don't know what questions were brought up regarding this procedure.
So, I mean, our next step is to go into design parameters. This was actually the last one that I had. It goes kind of in the same order, but I'm happy to jump into this conversation now if that's what the board would like to do.
I'm not sure what you mean by going into design parameters.
Design parameters, to actually get substantive feedback on what an operating agreement will look like. What are we going to actually put in it? And in this case, it's going to be, the question was, how should we choose our board officers? And so if we want to jump into that conversation, I'm happy to do that. I see Michael nodding.
Well, I'm nodding because I agree very much what Miriam said, and so yeah, I'm fine to go into that conversation. But at that time, I've seen a variety of ways of doing it. I think the voting on it leads to not only an individual, but sometimes within an individual or two within a group. I think this is unique. Kind of setting an artificial process. But I think it's worked well here and I think it's good. The rotation setup and I'm totally in favor of it.
So I do have a handout, Miriam, it's in your inbox. Yeah, that's the one.
What's the name of the handout?
Oh, gosh, you put me on the spot. Something about board chair, something. Chair will
Board
be
chair
in
role
the.
and selection of one.
Yeah.
And, copy that we can show Mary.
She.
He has it. Fantastic.
I have,
Okay.
well, I have it on my computer, I can share screen.
Miriam, are you able to access yours okay?
I found it. Yeah, I found it. I just wanted to make sure it was the one that says board chair role and officer selection options.
Oh, and the superintendent, did I give you one too?
Yes.
Good.
Thanks. Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
you want to get one? So this was just a brief overview of officer selection. So what is it that a board chair does? And often there's confusion about that. You have a policy about that, that describes that. I think the most important thing to know about a chair is that they're a servant of the board. It's a facilitative role. You do have a smidge of power in so much is that you work with the superintendent to determine what goes on an agenda. But even with that, you're serving the board as a whole in doing that. So you'd be making selections based on the priorities of the whole board.
Your job is to facilitate.
Right. So first and foremost, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see this stuff.
I have mine.
Yeah, the writing is tiny.
Yeah. So yeah, the rest of these are really pulled out of policy, planning the agenda, of course, presiding, over meetings, which of course there is some power in that you can conclude discussion potentially or stifle discussion, which we would hope that a chair wouldn't do. That third point really speaks to that point, to, facilitating discussion, inviting all voices, preventing domination. Move the board towards consensus and a clear vote. Managing time, goodness, that is a big role of a board chair, is to try to be efficient with the board's time in a business meeting, but we do have to start and end on time. We want to respect each other's time. And they also serve as a spokesperson for the board. So they're the face of the board publicly. So there are different types, archetypes of selection. Your automatic rotation is kind of borrowed from the nonprofit world. So then there's rotation with readiness, and you can opt out. It sounds like maybe are individuals able to opt out?
Yes.
Well, that's good. And then, of course, what we see most frequently on school boards here in Oregon is that open nomination and annual election. So that's kind of the alternate that we go to. And then the last one, and this is something that I've only read about, I've never seen a board actually do it, is actually do their own needs assessment. Thinking about what is this role? What does this person do all year? What are the type of skills that we need, thinking about the board's work over the next year, and then selecting based on that. And so I brought that suggestion for the board, is this chair readiness criteria. And of course, first one is capacity and commitment. Do you have the time to give to it? Because it can be time consuming. it's at least one additional meeting a month. Probably more, probably phone calls. There's a lot of emails that have to be addressed. Probably not as voluminous for an ESD board chair than versus a school board chair, but still there is workload associated with that. Then there's that process leadership, being able to run orderly meetings. And this is kind of one of the harder aspects of it because it's an additional layer of cognitive load because you're also expected to be a functioning board member as well as facilitating the meeting. And also asks us to decouple ourselves from our particular position on a given subject. Because a good board chair is always asking themselves, how do I get the very best out of this group of people? Always trying to facilitate the board to do its best work, which means I don't really get to think about how I'm hung up about, this particular topic or the way I want to vote and formulating my words that I'm going to say. So it can be a tough job. Of course, talking about enforcing norms when we have to do it. But this is definitely something that the board wants to step into, is having more skillful discussions. And so that's going to be an additional role for the board or the chair going forward. Facilitation for greater inclusion. So that means you're actively trying to bring in quieter voices. Superintendent partnership. This is one of those invisible roles of the chair. The superintendency is a very lonely job. Superintendents don't have peers. They have mentors that they work with. And of course, I'm sure, Jason, you have people that you probably have 3 people you can call. But in general, there's nobody else. And so the chair is an important person that the superintendent needs to be able to connect to. And the chair acting in that role is representing the will of the board. You're channeling what you're trying to understand what your board wants and expects, and trying to bring that support to your superintendent. So you're that direct interface between, and I might have done this hand thing. So, you have an ESD organization at the very tip is the superintendent. And over here, we have a school board, and the very tip is the board chair. And those two are that interface. When we see a strong connection, these two things move together. District and board are in sync, but when we have a loose connection, we start to see confusion or some dissonance there. So it's important. So choosing a chair is important because they are that direct interface with the superintendent. Temperament is another one, particularly when you're having hard conversations, that this individual needs to be steady. Maybe you have someone coming in giving public comment that's very heated and passionate. It's easy to get escalated in that situation, but it's incumbent on the chair to keep a cool head. If the chair loses it, you lose the whole meeting. You no longer have a board meeting. So temperament really, really does matter. Communication discipline. This was my Achilles heel. I don't like email. So, but yeah, you have to represent the board and respond to those emails on the back. This is just an area for growth for the whole board, but it's going to be particularly felt for the chair. That holding those equity perspectives with curiosity, dealing with impact language. Okay.
What does that mean? Avoids freelancing on behalf of the board.
Oh, freelancing on behalf of the board. That's going out and sharing their own thoughts and representing themselves as the whole board.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for using jargon. Yeah. So I would offer this just as support for this conversation. Whatever the board wants to do or want to proceed. But yeah, so there's these 4 archetypes or methods of selecting officers. You know, the automatic rotation, it sounds like you're on number 2, rotation with an opt-out, and then
So the number 2 says rotation with readiness plus opt-out. So looking at this, like readiness criteria, and then people, I mean, like who decides who is ready? Is it the person themselves or the other members of the board?
I would suggest, you know, because it would be tough to assess our colleagues. I would suggest that each board member assess themselves on, and these criteria, these are just suggestions. You are welcome to change, add, subtract, whatever if you like for these. But then reflecting amongst each other, assessing yourselves, and then having a conversation about that. How did I assess myself? Oh boy, temperament. Well, you know, Vince.
I suppose, you know, we are on kind of archetype number 2. But, and I don't even know how this could be, I can't even imagine. But you get to a point, I think there's nothing stopping our policy at a point. We felt like for whatever reason or a list of reasons, or probably would take a lot of reasons, a lot of examples, a lot of instances. We as a board could say, there was a majority vote, it's time for a new leader. I don't think our policies like prevent that at any time.
It's in the policy, the officers may be removed by a majority vote of the full board.
Okay, very explicitly says that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone's kind of.
Do I have something over there?
Yeah. A vote of no confidence, yeah.
I do, look at that, I can't. Did you print out your own?
I did.
You're amazing, Bill.
You get a gold star.
I did it after the last level up because I was like, I gotta figure out what we do. And
Here's your
Yeah.
LCBCB. I don't have to give one to Bill.
Well, I knew it was in there.
Bill, the A+ students.
See you for the day.
Yeah, wow. Miriam, this is attached to that email as well.
Policy BCB.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think, yeah,
Mine
Bill, you're absolutely right. At any time in terms of the policy, so the board can decide, I mean, the succession plan that's been in place in the past.
Thank you.
Is something, as Miriam shared, has just been discussed on a yearly basis. But the board can decide to do something different at any time. And the board also, like we say, if there's a kind of vote of no confidence, the board can decide that, all right, I think we actually want to have a different chair. That's totally up to the board at any time.
What happens though with the rotation? So suppose, like it's my turn, for example, and you say, nah, I don't wanna do that. Does that go through
So
then?
we've had that happen one time in the last couple of years, and that person just gets passed over and the next person in the line.
Oh, then becomes,
Yeah.
I see.
And I may be wrong, but I think you can opt out for a year, hold your place. And
think that's
if
what
you
we
want
have
for
right
1 year,
Yeah,
but then after that, if you wanted to, you'd lose your place unless you wanted to step up and do it in the next year.
And that's where going through all the policies, I couldn't find that.
yeah, and it's not in policy, it's actually in a document that probably, and we could go back and look at what year it started. It's in the original document, the year it started. It was, if I remember correctly, looking at these, it was probably about 8 or 10 years before Miriam talked
Yeah.
about this, so it's probably been in place for about 12 to 15 years at this point. And I think the board's done different things at different times, but for the most part, it's been articulated in this document how it works. And what I've seen in the past few years is that we've usually queued this up on the June meeting to discuss whether the board wants to continue with the succession plan or not. There's been discussion. And then in the July meeting is when a motion would go forward. And what in terms of voting for somebody to be an officer. And what that has done in the past is that it's given somebody an opportunity a month ahead of time to say, you know, I actually don't want to be chair this year, but be able to pass or have discussions.
Any thoughts? I guess the question I have from what I brought up earlier is the continuity, and tell me past experience too, especially you, Miriam, being on the board the longest, the rotation every year. I just see that in our own policy by statute that nobody can hold the chair for more than 2 years in a row. And would it be worth examining having our chair serve as a custom in a 2-year rotation for that kind of continuity, which that's, just for the fact that you just get your legs under you, but do you have that on your training as a vice chair too?
And that's kind of what I was gonna say, is like you kind of do get 2 years of training because you're vice chair one of the years and then you're the chair. So you are getting that. I mean, and you're not the one leading when you're vice chair, but you are getting that experience on, prepping yourself. So when you do become chair, and so in that sense, that level of leadership, in some ways it is a co-leadership because you have the vice chair and the chair, and then it's just that rotation. But like I have said before, I have seen boards get very hostile in situations where when it comes to voting or making that decision, those motions on who to be chair, there's a lot of animosity when it comes to those decisions. And I feel like this procedure that we have, it kind of eliminates some of the hostility process that I have seen in other boards. And it also limits which dominating entities or individuals are always the chair or always the vice chair. And again, I didn't say this is a flawless process, but at least it does create that equitable piece to have at least all voices at one point be chair or vice chair. And I have been chair before. So that's why I'm like in those rotations, because when I have been here the longest, I have been the chair before as well. And I have appreciated being the chair and then leading to be chair, vice chair and then chair, and understanding the process, especially when it was my first time.
I just want to make sure, were you asking about the 1 year rotation? Like why 1 year versus 2? Is that what you asked?
Or I was suggesting, would that be better when I think of continuity, like when I learned a new job, 7 years easier. When I've been a treasurer or I've never been a chair on a board. I've been in 5 different boards now. I've been secretary, I've been treasurer, but not chair. But it helps me.
I feel like there's people who have opinions about this or ideas or questions. It's, I've been pretty transparent since my first meeting, but I am not looking forward to being a board member. I've held leadership positions. That's not the issue. I don't know if I have the time in my life to say that I'm going to be able to do that with the commitment that is needed. And so, and I know I think that Miriam's points are really good about creating a system that is not a drama situation or getting into a whole lot of personality stuff. But I really appreciate, just because this is my first year, I really appreciate, that was what I said at first, is that I can come into the meeting and I know it's organized. I know that I've got somebody who's going to facilitate it, that has has the system in place, and I mean, I don't even know if you want to do a second year, even if we were to shove that in your face.
It'd be whatever the will of the board was.
Oh, well, but you have a choice, so I'm saying is, it would be something that you would be willing to,
I would be willing if the board wanted me to.
okay. So that adds a little clarity here.
I think the point about is when you do the first year, especially if it's your first time, I think that, you know, you're really, really learning the role. And as it ends, it's just when perhaps you're feeling like, look, I can actually do this. And then it ends.
Yeah, right.
You know, so I could see a good argument for 2 years with the opportunity to opt out.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think we need to make any decisions now, right? We're just talking.
Could you hear that, Miriam? We're, did you hear Denise?
That we're not making any decisions, we're just discussing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, is this something that we want to discuss further at a board to make change? I mean, I'm just, I guess I kind of want to gauge like from the board. Do we want to change it or not? Do we want to keep it or do we want to change it? Or what's the consensus? Because if it got brought up, obviously we want to change it, right? Or like, I just want to get an idea of what this discussion is leading to, because like I said, I think I've been pretty honest about my opinion. I like the system that we have. Again, I don't think I need to go further. I think I already explained myself.
At least for me, in terms of why we're discussing this, I think for me, it's just knowing what are the options, really. For me, I think what we do see to work, but I don't know because, you know, I'm just about to complete my first year. Yeah, but it would be something that I think that maybe closer to the end of the school year to at least revisit that and see where people are landing. That's what I would think.
Well, we will have this discussion
Okay.
in June,
In
whenever
June.
June ends the,
I think part of the reason we're having this discussion now is because there's multiple people who the only time that they had the opportunity to have it was like immediately after they got sworn in. Just so we have time to like, I mean,
Sure.
just revisit it so that like, cause it's an important thing and we want to just spend some time each year, cause we do revisit it every year. But just to have a robust discussion about it in case we want to change, we may keep things the same. So in case, but it's something just to like have a serious discussion about every year and then we decide what we want to do. And it can be, I mean, discussion doesn't have to be in any particular, like, it can be right before, like, when we have to choose somebody, but it's also kind of nice, like, having the conversation, while you still have a little bit of time to think about it too.
Just to add, I mean, for me, the way we have organized things, you know, one way or the other, I feel as though it works, but I think I'm always uncomfortable with the idea of, oh, well, that's how we have always done it. You know, I always want to know, well, what are some other ways, right? Just so that I could be more, I guess, intentional maybe in how decisions are made.
Isn't that what Vince also gave us just now? That paper about chair? So those are the options, like those are some. I mean, we have the options of automatic rotation, rotation with readiness, open nomination, criteria-based selection. I mean, those are ones and so If there are other ones out there that we don't know about, I mean, I'm more than happy to hear what people have to say on that. But yeah, I guess there isn't one perfect decision. There isn't that one perfect program. There isn't there. It's just there isn't, because we all have different opinions and different perspectives. So there isn't ever going to be one perfect solution. I think at this point we just have to look at what's going to work for the board. To be honest, I don't know. I guess again, we can discuss this again in June when it gets brought up. Yeah.
So I want to reflect back what I've heard from the board. I've heard general support, particularly for the sentiment that Miriam has shared on the subject, and Michael as well. But also that there was a desire for continuity and for perhaps longer tenure as chair. Statutorily, you're constrained to 2 years. So is that interesting to members of the board to consider something where particularly a new chair would have an opportunity to serve for 2 years, that statutory maximum, so that they can, really leverage that second year? And so you're kind of straddling, you're getting the benefits of the rotation method while also getting the benefits of longer tenure, that continuity piece. I see nodding heads in the room, Miriam. How's that sitting for you?
Nodding as to agreement or nodding as to, I didn't see the nods. Like,
I saw nodding as to understanding at the very least.
okay. I think the reason why I believe the 1 year works is because people's lives change 1 year to another. 1 year I could be chair, yes, perfect. The next year something could come up and it would change my life completely, and then I can't give that commitment. I think when I'm hearing continuity, yes, there is some, but like I said, the way we have it put in place where the vice chair and the chair are already in a like alignment. So I feel like when we go from vice chair to chair, there isn't that much of a shift because there's already that alignment set in place because of that collaboration. And so that's why to me, I hear it, but I feel like I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I haven't seen being an issue in my 6, 7 years I've been a board member for the ESD in this particular board. I guess that's what I just want to say.
Just to kind of clarify what Vince, what you just said, I think it's 2 years, but with the option to decline the second year, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
It would be with an opt-out.
Yeah, so if someone is chair for that first year and then the second year, they're like, oh, my life has changed, I can't do this again, they can say no.
And we're back to square one, having it be a year still.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
only they opt out.
Yeah, exactly. I just I guess I think with having it be 2 years, it is going to limit who can be chair at one point or another in their board role. And I think the 1 year creates that opportunity for that specific person or board member to have that opportunity to be chair. Because if we move it to 2 years, then that is going to make it even harder for someone to step in a role that maybe they want to be because of that rotation. Yes, I didn't say every system or this system is the solution. There are flaws to it, but I'm also seeing it that way, that if we add an extra year, having it be 2 years, then that's going to limit how fast someone can be in that position to be able to be in that role if they choose to be in that role. And so that's the other thing that I'm thinking about, because this process that we have, it allows that person that maybe that wants to be chair can be chair, and not because we're 4 years and then you have to run for reelection if that's what you wish, you know? So I'm thinking of it that way as well, of that opportunity that comes in, on having it just be 1 year versus 2 years.
And then I think if I remember right, and I'd like to see when I come up for chair, it would be in my next term, which I may not even run. And so I think it's just such a dynamic factor for each individual that I don't think that's a big factor, that concern very for me.
And we're not, I don't think there's been much I haven't heard any discussion about turning to an open nomination or other kind of format. What we're talking about here, not that this is the end all be all or the end of the discussion, but we're looking at modifying what we currently have so that rotation is still the process. But you're right, it would be a slower process.
I mean,
So-
what we could do is send out a survey to the board and list your number preference. Like, and then at the end, collect that data and see what the majority says so we can discuss it further. I mean, we have many options. This way we can utilize Vince's time. You know, I'm just thinking time that we have him for here. And so if this is something that needs further discussion, then we can do our part and maybe filling out a survey that can be created. It's like, where, as you as an individual board member, how do you feel, like rank them? Which of these options, or if you have other options that you want to do, what does that look like? And then present it and be like, well, the majority said X, Y, and Z. You know, like I'm just trying to think and utilize right now Vince's time, because we
Yeah.
Uh,
are limited to having him on this meeting.
Yeah, Michael.
Quick question, real quick, a poll amongst members outside of the public meeting. I don't know if we could do that.
My spider sense went off as well. I'm not sure that's legal. But that said, I think this is a conversation that the board wants to continue to have. I think members need to sit with this for a little bit. I did hear some desire for consideration of two-year tenure. So what I suggest to the board is that I develop some language that describes a rotating method that allows the option for 2 years tenure, and then the board can return to the topic and make a decision. How does that sit?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good. I do have one question. And I don't know if this is what Miriam was getting at too. But people, board members who might be like really, really interested in serving as a board chair, is there a way to kind of organize rotations to reflect that?
Say it again, I was writing and not listening closely.
Yeah, is there a way to organize the rotations? I think when we did it, it was kind of a randomized, but suppose I'm like, I wanna be next. Right?
It's not randomized. It's based on when you got selected. So it's not random because it's with a year that you came in. And there has.
Yeah.
So you were a lottery to see which order
Right.
the three of you.
Okay.
That's the only reason it felt random. The rest of it is as you're elected, you go to the bottom of the list.
But we may not have articulated that very clearly, so.
Or we didn't have enough Velcro to stick it to.
So it wasn't rock, paper, scissors. Okay.
And I think I hear what you're saying, Denise. Is there a way that we can add some flexibility? As to, cause like, we have people who expressed interest in not serving, and there may be other people who are, so, and I don't know if there's any. It just makes makes it maybe a little bit more of a complicated system, but is there a way to still have it be a rotation, but to have some flexibility besides just the, ability to, say no when it's your turn, to move the order? I think is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, like, is there a way to move that order?
And I guess that brings up a philosophical question, the difference between motivation and willingness. I'm willing to be the chair, but I'm not motivated to be the chair. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense.
But there may be some people who are willing, able, and motivated.
And then I want to know their motivations. Okay,
That's
that's
a-
political for me.
Yes, because it's not just a rotation,
Yeah.
then it becomes, what is your motivation for wanting to be board chair? Yes. Yeah, that really does.
Well,
That's
I'll tell you what, just for interest of time, because we have other conversations to have. I'll throw that in there as well.
Okay.
And you can see if you'll like it or you don't. Maybe you'll be leapfrogging each other in the coming years. We'll see. The board's been sitting for an hour and 40 minutes. I see Lori already pushing back.
I've got to get my vest, it's getting chilly.
So we'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
So break, we'll reconvene in 5.
It's, need to get together.
All right.
She is diligently at her desk, ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I thought you should, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's so soft.
But they always, yes, that's cool.
So this is the audience excuse me. Boy, I blew that one. This is the audience participation part of the show, okay? So this is where I mean, we had a conversation about board officers, which I think needed to happen. I figured it would happen kind of like that. But this is really about jotting things down. Now, I've given you pens and I have given you Post-its. And this is where you're gonna use them. Okay, and so what we're gonna do is we are going to work through, we're gonna start with those 4 needs that we identified. And then we're gonna go through the last 3 of the interests and anything else you want to include in here. So I'm just using these because this is what came up in the interviews. But if there's something else that we're missing, we need to get this in here too. So I want you to think broadly about this. So here's how this works, and I have to think about this. I'm gonna give you about 4 minutes to think about as many things as you can, write them down on Post-its and related to these prompts. So we're gonna start with psychological safety. We talked about this for a little bit. Miriam, I keep tripping, sorry. We're gonna start with psychological safety, and then I want you to look at those prompts down there. And it's like, with around psychological safety, our meetings, governance must do what? And then finish that. Or maybe to support full participation, we must do this. When conflict or tension shows up, our process must do whatever that is around psychological safety. Does that make sense? So we'll work through these, take about 4 minutes, jot them down. Use,
But each of them.
yeah, for each of them. There's no maximum number. Some of you will be overachievers and you'll have like 7 of them. One of you, like, a few of you will have 1, like me. I can take 1 and that's it. Fine, doesn't matter. And then what we'll do is we'll start putting these up and we'll group them, is what we'll do. Okay? I'm setting a timer. Ready, set. You can go. Timer. Putting it 3 minutes because it's easy. If you need more time, we'll take more time. Okay. I will make it. If you have some written, I'll take them and start hypnotizing them. With your breath. Bonus points if you write with a Sharpie. Not too much detail. One thought, I always forget this one. One thought per Post-it. Not all of your thoughts on one Post-it. One thought per Post-it. Because what I'll do is I'll group them. And they'll become you. It's amazing. And then Miriam, you make a list and then I'll capture those from you. You'll be my first stop when the timer goes off. Okay? You can just nod your head. She's nodding her head, good. So like what popped in I'm some people are struggling. So for like this first one, psychological safety, I would complete this as our meetings and governance must ensure everyone is comfortable.
Okay.
Basic, simple little chunks of thought. This up. Does not have to be elaborate. Rudimentary, that's fine. Because what I'm gonna do is take it and synthesize it all together and it will be brilliant, I promise. You guys like jumped forward. We're just doing psychological safety. Oh, you want it? Yeah, you don't have to do them all. We're just doing psychological safety. Oh, my goodness. Okay, time to process. Time to process. Sure, that's psychological safety. Looked at the whole way. Okay. Must be clear, yes. Okay. That's okay. I'll take everything you got. See, I should write my instructions down and then read them verbatim. So I won't mess it up.
This is the one I did, but this was just.
Great. Ooh, yes. Yes, it's there. For full participation. Okay. Time's up on psychological safety. I need a volunteer.
I have two more.
There's a lot of input here in the room, Marion.
To be honest,
Okay.
I don't understand what you all are doing. Because I don't see it, so I don't know. Like,
I'm sharing.
I'm trying to figure it out. You're talking about psychological safety, but then I see the prompts underneath. Are you is what we're doing answering, finishing the sentence, or are we going out for each of the needs and identifying it? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that. So we're just dealing with psychological safety. And I use these sentence prompts as examples. Your sentence doesn't have to start with these. But when thinking about psychological safety, our meetings or governance must do whatever you think they should to ensure psychological safety. Like, for instance, to support participation. Oh, we have to. To support participation, we must share the air is an example, one that I'm holding in my hand. So that would promote psychological safety. Does that make sense? So what do you need the board to do in its practices to ensure psychological safety?
I have one more, by the way.
But, more. Oh, there's even more.
See, Betsy, let us get warmed up now.
Now you're
we're
warmed
on.
up, now we got tons of stuff in the room. Miriam, are you able to engage with this?
To be honest, no.
Is there something we can do to help?
Because I don't see what you guys are all doing. I'm just going and I'm listening. And I'm a visual person. And so that is one of my accessibility things. And so right now I don't understand. And so I'm not able to participate because I don't understand what is going on, what the process looks like. And so I don't know, and I am confused.
Yeah, unfortunately, Miriam, I didn't learn until today that you were going to be online. Otherwise, I could have pivoted to a virtual option where we could have digitally engaged with this, but I couldn't make that accommodation because I found out about it today. So what I have in my hand are Post-its. People are writing on Post-its and I'm putting them on an easel. And so I'm happy to capture your input if you want to jot that down, and I can have one of your colleagues write those on a Post-it so we can get your input. Will that work for you? If not, we can do something offline.
Hmm. I'm not sure right now. I'm still processing.
Okay. Then I'm gonna let you process. I'm gonna go ahead and continue putting up these post-its up on the easel. And actually, Eddie, I'm gonna deputize you.
You don't know what you're
And
asking.
Lori too, I'm gonna deputize you as well. You're gonna put these up and I want you to group them, take about a few minutes, just group them by feet, if you
Group them
can,
by
yeah.
feet.
And that'll give Marianne some time.
Take a picture of you, not AI doing.
Won't give away the secrets.
That secret left the station a long time ago with our group.
What it won't do is it won't capture the text for me, which will be, no, it doesn't reliably do it. I can't get chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
So I've
doesn't.
had really good luck with the sticky notes.
Let's do that.
Yeah, take a picture and say, type these all up, one line per sticky note.
I wish I could.
And group them in.
Every time I've done it, it doesn't get them right. It doesn't get them all right.
It's interesting.
And so I just sit down and key them in and it takes me 20 minutes and get it done.
I wonder. Marianne, would it be helpful if we took a picture of the screen and someone sent it to you via text?
That would be helpful, yes. Yeah.
Can you not see the shared screen?
No. I mean, I see the design criteria, but I don't see what's in the room. I don't see the sticky notes. I don't see what that looks like. All I see is design criteria, which is the PowerPoint, and then the camera moves to people around the room. That's what I see. And so I guess if I'm thinking about psychological safety, I'm kind of doing it, to be honest. Um, I'm I'm like speaking honestly, and I'm asking questions and I'm challenging ideas. So in a way, I'm kind of doing psychological safety right now.
I'd love to accommodate you, but I mean, we can snap a picture of the easel and send it to you. It'll just be an
Oh,
easel.
that's Denise, that's what you were gonna do, right?
Yeah,
We haven't finished grouping, but you're welcome to send her what we've got, and then we're gonna group this.
okay.
Oh,
And if sticky notes are not proving themselves.
Oh, thank you.
So
Yeah.
we're just with psychological safety, so we just, we did as few or as many as we wanted to, but ignoring role clarity, equity, and full participation, we were just doing psychological safety. And we were looking at the bullet points below, and so like in order to allow psychological safety, our meetings must feel safe, would be an example. So we were combining psychological safety with the bullet points below. Not getting to like that was Vince's example, our meetings must be a safe place for everyone. So like that, it just simple, not overly drawn out. Does that help at all?
I think that's what I asked. I'm like, are we doing the like with the questions with the sentences, are we looking at them and being like, okay, our meeting/governance must fill in the blank what you think psychological safety is for that for each one?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like sentence starters to get you thinking about, for psychological safety, we can support full participation by blah, blah, blah. Making sure everyone gets a chance to speak, like just throwing something out there. But yeah, I think you're, that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
And if it would be easier, I can just send you a questionnaire with these prompts. Super easy. And then you could just key in with your thoughts and then I'll incorporate that. If that would be easier for you. I know being in a hybrid situation is always challenging.
Exactly.
I mean, I definitely didn't count on being virtual. Things change in my end.
Yes.
So it's not one of those situations. I was planning to be in person and it didn't. And
I sent you the picture of the Uzo.
Thank you, Denise.
Yeah, if you can zoom in, you might be able to see
Yeah.
what we wrote.
Yeah, because this should be fun. This shouldn't be a bummer. I mean, come on. Work is fun, isn't it?
Oh, always.
Should be. Come on. We could have totally done this as a mural. That would have been fun. We'd all be on our computers. Moving things. It's pretty cool. Use it a lot during the pandemic. Okay, how we doing?
This is borderline medical. Go invent for almost.
Well, we're gonna ensure that.
But yeah, we will check that one for you.
It was the way you lived in.
Also, should we take this or not?
It's all good. Awesome. Okay.
We didn't deal with those.
Were those part of those? I don't remember where those came from. I might have had them in my hand.
Let's maintain a reasonable tone.
Are we undeputized yet?
It's great. This is the hardest job. There it is. Here.
With that.
See, they build trust. Where we build trust go?
They're qualified with these board chairs, I
We
think.
can just table so. There we go. No, see?
Oh, thanks.
That's its own category. Let's create a new category.
Lots of organized.
Okay, no. No, what were the themes? This is one of the most important ones. So what were the themes that came up?
Process. Some of those things like were very much that these are the processes we should follow for psychological safety.
Awesome.
I think another theme, can you stop me anytime?
Go for it.
I think another theme was very much around, that one, I lost it. Process. What was that second long one?
Rats.
I walked away and it's out of my brain. Well, process kind of covered a lot of it, but we were talking about sharing the air, being respectful. Oh, so a lot about respect in there.
Respect was, yeah, giving everyone a turn. Which falls into the respect and process, but.
Yeah, those were the main things. We had a bunch of categories and then they started all kind of coalescing.
Okay, listen. Well, intention.
Oh, and attention.
A safe environment.
Safety, go fast, awesome. Okay. I love that your biggest columns are on process. So really thinking operationally. Okay. Now that we're all warmed up, ready to go? Here we go again. So role clarity. How do we get role clarity in our meetings? Or in the way we work? Operationally. Three minutes on the timer, go, quick. And I'm looking at using the level up cohort. You guys should be on this. Pressure.
My brain is wasted.
What? It's 8 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock at night. You only have to do one post-it, that's it.
Good.
Miriam, you know where we're at? So we're doing the same exercise, only with role clarity. Individual versus whole board. So in our meetings and governance, to ensure role clarity, we must do this. And those prompts are just examples. You can come up with anything. So how should the board arrange its procedures to ensure role clarity. And Amy and Jason, I'm gonna pick on you two next. 1 minute, 10 seconds. I'm doing that just to increase your cortisol levels. Always did it to me, does it to me. Tense. Got one thing my phone now. Right on. 30 seconds. Keep those thoughts down. These are for me too.
Those are fun.
Sure. Amy's getting one last one down. 14, 13. 10. Down.
What is it, governance versus
Operation.
operations?
Well, we should probably write low clarity on top of that. Awesome. Miriam, do you have anything for us?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I'm doing it right, but yeah.
There is no right or wrong.
I mean, what I have is that, like, especially the role clarity, the individual versus a whole board. Individual members, like, we bring a voice and perspective, and the whole board brings decision-making, authority, and policy, to be able to govern. I mean, again, I don't know if I'm doing it right, to be honest, so, that's.
Or participation.
Board brings policy and what? What was the other thing you said?
Policy.
Authority and this decision-making authority.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Asking different questions. Prepared,
I just wrote a poster.
and this should reflect well superior agenda.
I think so. They had an easy one.
Not listening.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not evenly categorized.
And that's
There's some,
okay.
there's some themes, but not everything.
Yeah, there's themes around governance and policy, what's expected, following policy and guidance, governance versus operations. Respect and trust must be evident from each other. Come prepared, having read the packet, and there's a bunch of things about being organized and having a clear agenda.
Consistency.
That's great. We're
Chair, I hate to do, I gotta leave. I only said till 8 o'clock time, I've never left a meeting early, but.
Oh, okay.
I could go, I gotta leave home.
So, okay.
Have a good night. Catch you next time.
See you later.
All right, so we'll move on. I'm gonna collapse the last two on this because equity that is skillfully held and ensuring full participation and inclusion, those feel really similar. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and put another 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, we're gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. So go ahead and create some more for this around the inclusion. And I'm gonna write this. So, yes.
So which, sorry, we're trying to.
We combined,
Oh, okay.
I combine these,
Okay.
I collapse them. So think about it as equity and inclusion,
Equity, participation, inclusion,
but thinking in the context of board governance and
yes,
your operations.
yes.
This. I'm gonna pause and just say, this is really exciting. Not many boards ask this question. What does equitable and inclusive governance look like? Very few boards are asking this question, so I just thank you for doing this. Okay, game on again. You can show up big on this one. I already have 4 Post-its for you.
I didn't hear it. Sorry. What?
I said you're showing up big on this one. I already have 4 Post-its for you from earlier.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think I said what I needed to say.
Thirty seconds. If you run out of Post-its, I can get more. I have, see that giant stack there? Oh, you know who's up?
Mike.
Bill and Janine. Michael abdicated.
We're categorizing.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Janine. Yes, don't be so informal.
What?
We're doing some
Yeah, just put them up in the category. All these, okay?
This is just from earlier. You had told me to write stuff down and I wrote it down.
these are meaningful things to her during your.
You said, try to capture what I was talking about.
So that's,
Sure.
I'm gonna put it up. Their agenda.
That was all that first blah, blah.
Already. That's totally good. That's good
That's
stuff.
first blah, blah.
That first blah blah we talked about.
That's all this governance stuff is.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Thank you.
It's not. It all comes together in these really cool statements. You'll be amazed.
Yeah, it always does. It's always cool how that, yeah.
Once you bring it all together,
Loves
it's like,
you know, and activities.
This is compost.
So are we making kind
no
of,
more. Yeah, we'll cut off. See
I really like this, I really like the stuff that you gave us. I just wanted to do this.
Which stuff? Oh. You can,
And this, it all looked really good.
it will, it won't look looking like that.
Yeah,
It will.
this was really good. This was from our.
Oh, but you can't do generic.
No, I understand that, but there were so many good points about,
Yeah.
oh, that was that one. No, it was this one. The, it was in here. This is what I'm thinking of. It was really felt the board members' authority and responsibilities. It really covers, this is how we need to do stuff. And we already have it, so.
Which policy is that?
EBA,
Yeah, we have.
board member, individual board member responsibility and authority.
That handed said, like, this is what you're supposed to do.
It's on the Google Drive.
But then I've read all of that.
Right, I was looking at it today.
It is overlay. But no, this is actually really useful guidance as a new board member to hear exactly like these. So I kind of know, well, this is what's expected. These are my parameters. I don't know. I just thought it was useful.
Lori, speak by trainer art saying. It's wonderful. Yeah, it is important.
This umbrella.
Well, you're gonna like in June, because we have a lot of policy coming in June.
Oh, how exciting. No, but remember when in June? The June meeting?
16th, yeah.
June business.
I will have just gotten the 16th.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
After the
I have to look at,
This is kind of off of itself, but important.
Yeah.
Yes. You're not back, you're still in France.
so we come back on the 13th.
Yeah, that's like just
Our son-in-law got 12 tickets to the World Cup that's being held in Seattle. And so we probably a year ago. And so we get to
So what
go
is
to
the
the World
themes?
Cup on the 15th.
Yeah.
Themes, what
I
kind
don't
of?
know if we'll.
24 hours to get the policies ready.
They affinitized.
You just won't be here at the meeting, you'll get that one.
Okay.
They affinitized our input here. So tell them what are the themes that you saw? How'd you group them?
I don't know about you, but Denise went into full teacher mode, right? She turned, she was just like ready to go.
Yep.
About the voice.
That's awesome.
Give it a voice. And
They've
get rid of,
been-
you said,
and
maybe of ours.
Miriam stepping out. She has.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to go and tend to the kids. Sorry, I can't focus, and I feel like I need to go tend to them, and so, I apologize. It's been a very hectic day today. So I need to go take care of that and be a mom. So I
no
apologize.
problem. You
Have a good evening.
Good night.
take care.
Night.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, equitable voices, equitable governance, especially as it relates to the voice, so bringing in multiple voices and a pathway as to how to do that. So things like improving virtual access, right? And then another thing was under like cultural compass. And using the lens to lead it essentially. And even things like having it be reflected in things like our agenda, for example. Addressing hard things, right? So not shying away from some of those things. And over here, there was some things around slowing down and including pauses.
Yeah.
So, did you want to?
Yeah. No, I agree, and I love this, that there's all these contributions to permission to stop things and clarify or they show curiosity about it.
Good job, team.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So interest, this is more of the nuts and bolts aspects of this. We might have some overlap here. So our first one is agenda and process clarity. So let's go ahead and vote. Ooh, I'm looking at, yeah, we can do this. We got time. We can make it work. 3 minutes. Ready?
Oh.
Yeah, so same protocol. So we only have to do 3 of these. Because we already had this one, we already had this conversation.
Oh,
I have my marching orders on that, so we don't need to do that. We only need to do the top 3. So agenda and process clarity. You ready? Here we go. 3 minutes, go. Go. There we go.
Can you repeat the instructions, please? I'm sorry.
It's the same process that we were doing before.
so for agenda and process clarities, our meetings must, or our governments must.
Let's do what?
Okay.
What do we
For,
need?
for agenda and process clarity to support full participation, we must, and for agenda and process clarity when.
The agenda needs to be released to the board 10 days prior to the meeting.
10?
That was cruel.
That was cruel.
But I mean, it would be something like that. And no, we're not gonna do 10 days. I will kick and scream about
I
it.
am running out of.
On your behalf. I can get some. I can't help. I'm ready to.
Oh, geez.
No limitations.
No limitations.
Looks like you're doing well too. Oh, but you can see my whole.
That's right, I'll do that.
Okay. 3 minutes. On the clock. Maybe there isn't much, maybe we've already captured. Maybe you're just getting tired.
Is this
We're at that point of the evening.
just more of the same
It's
or?
more of the same, only we're looking at a different look through a different lens. Before we were looking through the human needs.
Oh,
Now we're looking at
I missed that bit.
now we're looking through our interests. So what are those functional things? And these things intersect, they overlap. We know that. So it's okay if you're repeating things, that's fine. Because all this is gonna get rolled together. You guys are getting tired, seeing your eyes.
Brain's getting tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Push through, not much further. Just these, this is all the last bit of the work. And all right, it's. Okay, that is time. Agenda, our meetings. So now I'll get everybody up, just bring your sheets up and then we'll.
So people are tiring, we should take this one, there's very few. Agenda.
The opportunity to add on. Continue, oh, yeah. So that's board officers. Board. Any questions I've listed?
Okay. Station, everyone has opportunities, and not that you want to agree with you, but not agree with you.
Group of.
You don't.
This one.
Oh, I see one that, yes, that's so.
I just, oh, okay. Sorry, I just did this over. That's.
Yes, so that everything. Oh, I thought that could have been the agenda. Okay. Yeah, that's again, general, awesome. Cool, so we have a group over here. Having board folder early, I'm sorry, someone, but not 10 days.
I also want to state what's in the, not that we don't, but I think that it's important.
Yeah,
In an agenda and process that a board has their folder early.
yeah.
You're
Is it
wonderful.
early enough?
Plenty.
Meetings should be.
Kinder than I.
Our meetings should be consistent and structured to allow flexibility as needed. It's interesting, resilient meeting structure. That's fun to think about. Wanting to continue discussing board leadership, a whole conflict and tough topics here. This is all about participation, ensuring people can fully show up and participate, and this is all agenda. So definitely stuff about agenda, their agendas. Okay, next one is meeting structure for hard conversations. And maybe the chair's role can roll into that. No, I want to. Let's keep those separate. Let's deal with hot topics. How do you want to deal with hot topics? So when you're dealing with something that's a hard conversation, maybe it's about conflict, maybe it's just a hard topic. You gotta cut, we have some, or there's new legislation that really fundamentally changes how we're serving kids. That's could be tough. In those situations, our meetings and governance must do what? What popped in my head was center children. That's what I'm writing right now.
Yeah. I was thinking, foster regulation.
Write it on a post-it. There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a couple more. This one and one more. Just write one. It doesn't have to. Just write the one.
Sure. Your students feel.
We can do hard things. We can do hard things. Growth mindset.
makes me think of that funny cartoon that's been used in a lot of different ways over the years, but the one that people would always send me when I was a principal was the spouse or partner, you know, like talking to the person in bed with the covers over their head and everything, saying, you know, come on, you gotta get up, you know, you gotta get going. And it's like, I know that it's hard stuff and everything, and then the little voice bubble from the bed that says, no, but the students don't like me, the teachers are mad at me and everything. It's like, yeah, but you have to get up because you're the principal.
Indeed. That's it.
I was gonna say, all you have to do is just change roles out.
Well, just to say for meeting structure, I can't think when everyone's talking.
I did pause the time.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, almost there. Thirty seconds. If you're done, you can put your post-its on the board. Start. We've got a lot. So one.
This is not about the one that I never later. Sometimes the husband just want to.
Post-its on the board.
Feels like. Like this is it.
Process this more.
Work through.
I think it makes a little bit.
Oh, man, you know, like, even that kind of fits. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So center.
You guys-
So your entire meeting. Yeah, all right, well, it's also appropriate to phone, but yeah, so structure. How many media?
I'm tired though.
Structure.
I don't know.
You put right. Let's work through. Yeah. Structure.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice. So clearly you guys are gonna create. This is gonna be so cool. We're gonna create a board conflict protocol. And that's it. You're gonna be like, in the case of emergency, break glass.
Yes.
That's so cool, but having a protocol for, it's like, urge, this is hard.
Pause, and we do these 1, 2, 3s.
Yeah,
We call it out, we.
I just love that. That's
Great idea.
Whoever put the Sioux positive intent there. Value, conflict, attention.
Awesome.
Yes,
That is from the Gulf Ocean School.
Yeah, that's important.
full participation. use. This is, how that kind of fits. Wow, that's really neat. Okay, so over here we have full participation, be clear and fearless in our opinion. Avoid getting personal, assume positive intent, show empathy. So this is kind of like even though this is a procedure question, you got to went back to the humanity of it. Really cool. That's really good. Centering kiddos. And then this is protocol. Wow. There's some signal there. So clearly you want a process that you guys won't use. That's probably gonna be written down somewhere. Right? And then you're gonna pull it out when things get done. That's really cool. Good for you. Last one. What's the power? What's the role of chair in all this? Because you want protocol, you want all these things. How are we gonna ensure the humanity in this process? What's the chair's role? Ready, set. Go, 3 minutes. Last one. You got this. Adam, let's do it. Stretch. Maybe it isn't. There. All good. Seeing things here, knows when to need and stop, recognize, staying true to the agenda, which we're gonna follow our process, can feel the mood tone shift and calls it out, employs the protocol, doesn't push topics. To future meetings, so engages in that. Could facilitate discussion, fits right in here. Can stop inappropriate topics or interactions. It senses those. Important to deal with interruption again, so it's about sensing, interrupting, and then switching to a protocol that supports the board and having the conversation. Checking space for ensures everyone can be heard. Support full participation. Support personal development. Oh, so mentoring. That's cool. Support full participation, listen to understand, provide shared input and process. Great stuff. Oh, that's okay. They're kind of all. Empowered chair, yep. Seeks out everyone's input,
Yeah, good too.
full conversation. This last one.
Last one more from me yet.
Good.
It's getting a second way.
Driving.
De-escalation. So de-escalation, what flash when you got these, oh, destructive, trying to do. It's fine. Oh, that the chair is supportive?
When you got what?
Oh, there you go.
It's all out there too.
Well, it takes us 45, yeah, it's just from the house to the beach is 45. Because we're up, 2
Oh,
miles.
we did this reasonably though, Lori.
Yeah, so
You're so funny.
the L.
I do when I'm behind the wheel of the school bus, I won't put that on the record.
How'd that go? What was good? What?
Was very thought provoking,
Yeah.
for sure.
I guess if I could have done this, I wish I could have done this at the first hour as opposed to the last hour.
Sorry.
Agreed. Because it's a rich process, I just.
A lot of good
I don't know if I-
ideas right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff.
Just tired brains is all.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because
I run you out.
yeah, I had the aha moment. The only thing is, I can't remember.
Oh, that's awesome.
Denise, I don't think that gets better. Oh.
But you know it happened.
That's really good.
You had an epiphany, just.
That's great.
What could have been better? What didn't we capture? Did we miss something? If we missed something, I want to grab it.
Oh, well, I'll call it out. I think that it's just unfortunate that our peers were not able to be a part of the whole session.
Yeah.
That we
Yes.
missed, and that's not your fault. It's nobody's fault, you know, and I understand that they have other engagements. But I think that we miss out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as a group.
And we have had this on the calendar for the last few months. I know, I understand sometimes things come up last minute.
Anything else? I can take feedback too.
Well, I could see you presenting some of this in your first slide and saying, by the end of this, I'm going to ask this, because I think, because I
Thank
would have
you.
been jotting things.
Mm.
Well, and you jotted some down for
Marion.
things that Miriam had said, knowing where it was already gonna fit later
Yeah.
on. Like, I could see that totally working is the only feedback I'd have, to
Okay,
be thinking about answering this at the end.
We could even,
Because you also wrote some things on a sticky note, that ease of whether you knew it was gonna go into this or not, fit right in, so.
yeah.
yeah, if we had that like kind of organizational piece in the front, then we could have.
More process clarity, thank you.
Yeah, that was
We
super
like
thought
process
provoking, that was good stuff.
Well, that's one of the things that, being in our little cohort, I think we've all appreciated just how smooth our meetings run because we have a clear agenda and we stay with the agenda and there's a process. And we're not in a contentious, school district dealing with all kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're in with a really top of the mountain challenges.
Yeah.
These poor folks, I really feel for them. Well, goodness, it's been an honor working with you tonight. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
pushing in. I can tell you left it all on the court tonight for sure. This was really good work. Okay, so let's talk about next steps. My next work is to take all this wonderful input, synthesize it together using the templates that you were looking at and kind of picking and choosing based on what you already have. We were going to review your governance documents. It's okay. I have them and I have lots of input. I've been listening to you all night. So I'll take this, synthesize it together in the next couple of weeks. I'll get it back to the leadership team, your board leadership, and then you'll be able to consider it hopefully in June. It'll have a proposal for officers and all that. So yeah, that's the next piece is review of the operating agreement. You're going to revise as needed, so it's not going to be right. It's never is, or it's always red pen my work when I bring it back, and you should, because it's a board operating agreement according to me in my illuminated thoughts about what you should do, which isn't what you should do. You should do what fits for you. So feel free to revise as needed, and then ultimately you want to approve and implement whatever agreements come out of this. Now, one of the aha moments was a conflict protocol, or hot topic protocol, which I'm going to ruminate on that. But I think that's a brilliant idea.
I want that so bad. Like when we can feel the mood shift or the tone shift, for us to be able to say, we're going to stop and we're going to do these 4 things, 5 things, whatever it may be, in an attempt to resolve that and be able to move past it, because it is too easy for another meeting to come up and that feeling still get carried over.
So you've already bought 3 more hours of my time. I would really love to train you guys on that conflict protocol. Like practice up on how to employ it and use it in a meeting, because I want you to do that, because if it works like we think it might, I would like to do a session at annual convention in the fall and bring you guys in and talk about that, and then teach other folks how to do that. Because I think there's a lot of hunger out there. There's a lot. I mean, you guys see it in the cohort. There are boards that are really struggling. So if you guys can take it, prototype it, and then we can take it out in public, that could be really cool.
Very cool. I think this is the group to do it, because we are all very much on the same page.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, there is so much good here and we all clearly have the same good vision. Yeah.
You already waded into a really hard topic with your board leadership. That was a tough conversation. You guys did it really well. So, I mean, yeah, no one threw a binder across the room or anything. So that is our next steps. I think the last is the thank you slide. It is.
You said something that sparked something that was in our meeting today that I heard from one of those districts that was having lots of problems, that this woman said, we learned that shouldn't be in a board meeting, because you said should, and it made me think of that. And I thought that was really interesting, that the language of should, I guess how it's used.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an interesting thing to learn, to hear that, there are boards that are living in the land of you should do this or we should do that, and that would be that we have a lot more psychological safety in our meetings because we don't have a lot of shoulding.
Yeah. And part of it is policy language. There's should do something or may do something. And then there's shall and must. And there's legal debates over shall and must policy. Yeah. But should, yeah, because we live in the policy.
What does implementation look like? Your last step was approve and implement, and I think it was Miriam brought up when we were getting ready to have this session, or thinking we needed this session, that maybe we needed to read group norms before every meeting. Or maybe, what do you think implementation looks like? Is it something that we sit here and recite before so that it's at the forefront? Is it something we have in the room? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a good discussion. Maybe we can build that into our next session is how you want to implement this. Are you gonna have your operating agreement laminated on the table with you every night that you meet? I'm a big fan for that. Yeah, there are some bold statements on the board. You guys have made some really bold statements. Maybe we'll pull some of those out. That'd be cool to have. Saying what we believe in. But you have a darn good start on a development plan. I mean, you're talking about changing the structure of your meetings, doing work sessions, more technical work with your district team. You're talking about doing the cultural compass work with your team and embedding equity and overlaying equity with that. That's all board development work. Operationalizing your norms in your meetings and figuring out what that looks like, and doing a conflict protocol, which is completely novel. I don't know of anybody has anything like that. Never heard of it. But
We're gonna trademark it here, so.
I think it's such a cool idea. It's like.
And then technology is gonna have tabletop discussions.
But in the case that things get troublesome, we break the glass and pull that out and say, this is how we're gonna facilitate the meeting. We're just gonna interrupt, pivot, and go to this. Because we care about each other that much.
And it's nice for a chair to have something like that, so they're not easy conversations to lead
Yeah,
or to address.
and if everybody's trained to use it, so all you have to do is invoke. We're moving on to the hard topic of protocol. And then whatever that first step is, take it. It is really, and then how the conversation you're gonna have and the structure that it's gonna take.
Everybody knows what it looks like.
Yeah,
Everyone knows what's expected of them in participation and how they approach each other.
yeah. So I've spent the last year thinking pretty deeply about conflict on school boards, so. Yeah, I did a mediation training last year, but that is not, I have 2 more minutes. Any other questions for me? Anything at all? Then I yield back to the chair with gratitude.
We will adjourn at 8:58.